ready. Get this public. Still at 1266 on the subs. Ogallala, Nebraska. We'll go to Rawlins, Wyoming. With this stream, assuming I make it there without needing to sleep more. nails while I'm waiting. Hey, good morning, guys. I'm at the Walmart in Ogallala, Nebraska. Clip my nails real quick and I'll be ready to get rolling. Yeah, getting ready to start my shift. Say, why'd you say morning Scott twice? Is it was your phone? Not in the biggest hurry, man. I could have gotten moving about an hour ago, but a little tired still because I didn't sleep I didn't get to sleep early and like right away when I got here. I was actually up for at least a few hours. So it's good. I ended up snoozing for about an extra hour. And then I was gonna snooze again when my alarm went off at 2 o'clock, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm awake, so I might as well just start rolling. I ran about 670 miles yesterday to get here. 1250 out. So from here to Sacramento. My plan is to get possibly, I don't know. Well, no, I might shower. I might stop at the Flying J in Rawlins. Then I can get a shower while I'm there, and then when I do that, I'll have flexibility to shut down wherever I feel like shutting down at the end of my shift. I was tentatively thinking about stopping either at either the Flying J or TA in Tooele, Utah, or if I can make it there, which I don't know if I can or not, get to West Wendover, Nevada. Right there at the Nevada and Utah border. I don't know that I can make it that far. I think it might be a little bit too far for me. In fact, why not? Let's take a look at how far it is, because I have a pretty good idea that because I think it's over 700 miles from here to West Wendover. Pilot, West Wendover. Location 723, so Might be just a little bit too far. Not by much, but just a little bit. But I mean, I have other options there. I could. There's a. I mean, if I don't want to really stop at the truck stops in Tooele, especially if I end up showering on my 30. There's a rest area. Where is that? I think the 50 or so mile marker. I want to say 50 or so mile marker, about halfway between the Tooele exit. It's not actually Tooele itself, but it's the exit to Tooele. Tooele is like a good 20 miles down the highway that the T8 Flying J are off of there. But about halfway between there and West Wendover, I think there's a rest area, and then also there's another one actually right there in the Bonneville Salt Flats area. Let me clean this lens. There's another small truck stop right by the Wendover, Utah side way station. Problem is, if I use that one, we get it rolling here. If I use that exit and then the way station's open, then I have no choice but to go to the way station. So I don't tend to like stopping there because the way in motion sensors and all that crap for that way station are in between the off ramp and the on ramp. I've got some craters here to deal with. I'm going to go a little carefully through this lot. Yeah, this lot needs a bit of TLC. I already mentioned that, Josh. I'm at the Walmart in Ogallala, Nebraska. A lot of the Walmarts here in Nebraska and Wyoming have truck-specific parking areas. So, like right here, this lot here is just for trucks. A lot of them even have sections of their parking lot striped specifically for trucks. Okay, I'll probably make a quick little. Probably run across the street over to the TA, get myself a drink. Gotta get my little caffeine fix. Straight shot right across the street, the main road here to get to the TA. There'll be a left turn from right here to get to the I-80. So I'll do that in a minute after I get my drink from TA first. And I saw this fat dog sign yesterday, and I kept thinking that, oh, it's some kind of like a hot dog place or something. And then I realized it's just a freaking liquor store. Yeah, I'm not a fan of stopping at this TA here. It's not the greatest parking lot. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna clean my windshield on here. Duty. courtesy area first. I have a story on that. Hang on. It's kind of a rhyme or reason to it. Trash out of here. I got enough trash bags in my truck anyway. Bag, grocery bag, same difference. They serve a dual purpose for me. Okay. Now let's get rolling. Okay, so anyway, I don't know if you noticed that most of the lanes here in the fuel island were not occupied. That plays a role into, depending on what I have going on. If I don't, especially if I, or more so if I plan to sit for a little bit. Tractor for Lisa. Gotta give Tom some indulgence too. He's still on here when he's some yelling. There's a yellow one, Tom. And there's a JCT. At 38, 3677. I have seen that one before. Right turn here and across the freeway and then hop on the westbound side. Ready to get fuel today. I'll probably stop at the Ogallala Travel Plaza just west of Laramie. They got good prices there. It's about, what, 200 or so miles from here. Okay, so anyway, going back to parking in the courtesy lane versus parking, I'm just staying right there in the fuel island. If there are several lanes open and I plan to stay a little bit longer, I'll just stay right there in the fuel island. The reason being, I found that sometimes if I'm the only truck even in the fuel island anywhere, doesn't matter if it's a smaller or bigger place, someone else will show up, and it seems like in the middle of the night, it seems like they always like to, like if I'm in the courtesy lane, a lot of times they'll come into the island right behind me instead of to some unoccupied one. I mean, or one that's completely wide open, whatever. Now, I've done that once before myself when there's an open lane, but now most people don't know why a trucker would do that. For me, if you got open, while all the lanes are open, and you come behind the only truck that's there, don't plan on leaving that fast, because I'm not moving just because you can, just because you have to be either. Some people will do that just to be an asshole, but not always. And I'll give you more on that. Some truckers, though, they'll be an asshole about it, and if you take longer than they want, they'll start acting like little bratty bitches about it. And then I'll tell them, "Oh, you're the stupid idiot who parked in the lane behind me. Why don't you go pick one of the open lanes? It's like, if you're in that big a hurry, you should have parked in you should have went to one of the other lanes." Now I don't normally do my 30 in the fuel island unless it's in the middle of the night, there's nobody around, and there's nowhere to park. 9 times out of 10, if there's even one open spot available I can jump into, I'm gonna park there. I don't tend to ever do 30s in the fuel island whenever possible, but sometimes I don't have an option when I'm driving in the middle of the night. So I'll just stay right there in the fuel island first, and then if the fuel island starts to get full, then I will go ahead and move forward, and you should expect that. Go back around to the entrance end of the fuel island again. That's when I'm in a pinch and need somewhere to park. That, or you can just park in front of other trucks temporarily, but again, if you're going to do that, best to stay with your truck. That way, if someone needs to leave, you can get out of their way. Morning, Philip. Now, why would you park behind another truck in a fuel island when there are totally wide open lanes everywhere else? I've done that once, and that was only because I wasn't even planning to get fuel. I can't remember if I was live on that one, but I stopped at a Love's, I think. I don't know, it could have been a Flying J or somewhere, but I thought it might have been Love's or whatever. I don't remember if I was in Kentucky or somewhere else, but I just remember I went into it wasn't there. Well, anyway, I went up to the fuel island, and most everything was occupied except for one. And so I went and I actually pulled in behind a guy who just pulled up to the fuel island itself in a different lane. Because I wasn't in any hurry at all. I needed to do a 30-minute break, and there was nowhere to park. So I just went ahead and stayed behind him, and then I got out and did my thing, and then I pulled forward when he moved. He was even trying to say, "Well, hey, there's a lane right here you can use." I'm like, "Yeah, it's all good." Because I'm not planning to get fuel, so I'll just leave that lane open for somebody. about 5 minutes sometimes. Well, I don't know. If there's a wide open lane, yeah. If you're only going to be there a few minutes, whatever, then there's, if it's wide open, you can just go right into the fuel island, do what you got to do, and then get out. That's one thing, but you said if you're going to be there anything more than like maybe 10 minutes, go find a place to park. If you're one of those guys who takes 15, 20 minutes to take a shit, do not go on the fuel island. Go find a place to park. Don't be freaking lazy. Get your ass in a parking spot and walk your ass to the building. There are a lot of guys out here who just go to the fuel island, and even worse, when they're sitting in line, and then as soon as they pull up behind another truck, even if the truck's almost it's not too far away from not too long before they leave, they'll go run inside and take a shit or whatever, or get food, and spend 15, 20 minutes, even longer in there, and completely blocking the fuel, the lane, so nobody can get fuel from it. That's a good way to get your stuff, your equipment sabotaged. Some people will pull your fifth wheel. Some people might also do the quarter of the glad hand trick. You know, basically they'll pop your red valve, your red hose off, and then they'll take the grommet off on the trailer side, stick a quarter in there, and then put the grommet back on, and then put the hose back on, so it looks like nothing ever happened. Then when you go to try to move, you either drag the trailer tires or figure out that you can't get the trailer to move, or you burn up the brakes. Well, whatever the case is with the way the brakes are on the trailer. I'd say the cheapest way the cheapest as far as how to sabotage someone's equipment. I'm not saying I'm going to do it, but I'm saying that if you're, I don't know, maybe not such a nice guy, or or really feel compelled to do something to somebody's equipment, and you want to teach them a lesson without actually stopping them, without actually costing them a bunch of money. Just take a valve core tool and loosen. You don't even have to take out. Just loosen the valve assembly on one of their steer tires. If you really want to be a dick, take the valve core out. Because they're not going to go anywhere with a flat steer tire, but man, they're going to have to air it up. I've ever had it happen to me. And I'm one of those guys, even if you do try it, it's highly unlikely to move my truck. I mean, once I first coupled the trailer, I always get underneath it and do a visual inspection, always. No matter what's going on, if I couple to a trailer, always get underneath and look. I look at both the lever to make sure it's all the way across, and if I see a gouge mark, I'll actually uncouple and recouple. I have actually had that happen before. Looks like we got some thunderstorms up ahead. I didn't look at the weather radar, but looking at the direction of where it's coming from, I'm gonna guess I'm gonna be going through it. Morning, John. Now, once I'm already under a trailer, though, then it becomes more a trivial issue of just look at the lever. But then again, I probably should still visually, because someone might try to pull the lever and then put it back in to make it look like it's that they didn't pull it when it really is pulled. There's other tricks of the trade with that too to avoid having that happen. One, some truckers will recommend you set your trailer brakes and then back into the trailer and then release the trailer brakes. But because if your fifth wheel is released, it'll latch then. Well, not necessarily, but it might. Again, I would not trust that, because I've had that happen before, where an unlatched fifth wheel does not latch even when I go all the way to the back. The fifth wheel design that England trucks use, I had that problem a few times. Either that or where it doesn't completely latch, where I can actually see a gouge mark, but it looks like it's all the way across, but I can see a gouge mark that I should not be seeing. I've never had that problem with the fifth wheel design that I have here on this truck. Don't know if any of our drivers have any of those kind of problems with, because we have a different fifth wheel kind of setup on our trucks than England trucks have. At least most of them do. Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily trust backing into a trailer. That won't necessarily latch the fifth wheel if it is unlatched. Now, you should be able to hear it. You can normally hear when it springs shut, but even if it does spring shut, there's not a guarantee that it's all the way latched. So I still always recommend get your ass out, crawl underneath that trailer, and look. So there's not going to be any excuse for dropping a trailer, unless it's a mechanical failure, which does happen. Trick people use when they're parked, again, I don't necessarily recommend it, and I'll give you more on that why in a second, is when you park, anytime you park, set your trailer brakes and then pull your tractor forward so it binds the fifth wheel, the kingpin up against the fifth wheel, and then set your tractor brakes. When you do that, when the two bind up against each other, you can have a silverback gorilla pulling on that thing. He's probably not going to get that thing to release. So that's one way to prevent people from pulling your fifth wheel lock on you while you're parked. Why I don't recommend that is because you're putting a pressure on the kingpin of the trailer, as well as on the latch itself and the fifth wheel, that it isn't necessarily designed for. Now, if it's just barely resting up against it, that's another story. But most people will try to just tug real hard on it and then set the brakes. Okay, yeah, you pull the trailer, but normally when you're pulling a trailer, the brakes are released and the trailer actually wants to roll with you. So you will put some force on the trailer brakes in and try to pull forward against it. Yeah, exactly, like a tug test. Yeah, I always say there's no excuse whatsoever to not get underneath your trailer and visually check the latch to make sure it really is latched. See it happen time and time again. People dropping trailers because they didn't bother to get their lazy ass underneath the truck and look, or under the trailer or whatever. And then they look really stupid when the trailer falls. Everyone starts taking pictures of them, and then you're gonna really have a fun time if you don't actually get it up on the, if you don't catch it before it falls off the tractor. Some people will drop the trailer and it'll drop down from the fifth wheel onto the frame or tires of the tractor, and then they'll catch it before it comes off. Other times they'll come out all the way from underneath it, and they'll drop all the way to the ground. Depending on the situation there, you could actually destroy the landing gear, even the trailer itself, and lose your load if you're loaded. And on top of that, you're gonna have to crank if you don't damage it, you're gonna have to crank the landing gear back up. Even in low gear, it's a pain in the ass to do when you have a 40,000 pound load. Even more so when the trailer tilted all the way forward like that. Now puts a lot of the weight, a lot of that 40,000 pound load at the front of the trailer, not the back. That's going to take a long time to get it back up, and so what you can do there, if you do make the dumb enough mistake to drop a trailer, get it up high enough where, drop your airbags on your tractor, and then get it enough. Once you have it underneath your tractor, when your airbags released, dumped, whatever, if it'll fit over the top of your tires, you can stop cranking and then use the frame, get the frame underneath it, and then raise your airbags, and that'll lift the trailer up some more, and then you can crank the landing gear some more, and then drop your airbags back down again, and then put the then actually get the fifth wheel underneath the trailer, and then you can raise it the rest of the way. Also, when it comes to decoupling, do not crank the landing gear all the way to the ground. I know Scotty has the same exact view on this as I do. He and I might disagree on right turns and from multiple turn lanes, but we agree 100% on this issue. Don't ever crank the landing gear all the way to the ground when you're decoupling. Crank it down to about an inch or so off the ground, maybe an inch and a half. Use about an inch or so, whatever. And then if you have an airbag release, airbag dump switch, drop your airbags while you're pulling away, and then let the pressure gauge drop down to 0 if you have one, and then pull out gently. That way the trailer settles itself gently down to the ground, and you can pull out. And then it has the added bonus when you go to hook back up. Particularly if you drop your airbags, hook back up. You hook back up and then raise your airbags back up. it'll raise the landing gear up off the ground. And when you do that, you don't have any side loads to make it more difficult for you to crank the gear. You only have the, if it is difficult at all, it'll only be because it needs lubing or whatever. Or issues with the mechanism. Alright, I-76, I-80 split. I'm coming up right here. Gaming. Well, at least one of them's going the other way. Let's see if he picks up to 65 when we get past this split. I was only doing about 50 to 55, and it's a 65 zone even through the construction area. What is that? I don't. It almost looks like an Old Dominion logo, even though I think it's a 53 footer, but I don't think that's Old Dominion. Usually Old Dominion has a logo on the left side of their trailer, but that's a chrome trailer with doors with some kind of logo on the right side. You just can't tell what it is yet. Yeah, that's true with the tow truck. Sometimes, especially if you damage the trailer, you're gonna have to have a wrecker come out and winch, use their winch and lift it up, and then they'll have to take it back to a shop and get their landing gear replaced, whatever, or write it off. Looks like the truck parking area. There's a lot of trucks in it. I see some openings, but that's a big parking lot right there. Come on, dude. Look at speed and stick with it. I think I've seen that logo before. I don't know the company, but I think I've seen that logo before. Cheyenne, 144 miles. A little over 2-hour drive. Slightly more hilly part of Nebraska here. Basically, western Nebraska between I-76 and Pine Bluffs, Wyoming, which is right at the border. That's the more hilly part of Nebraska, and even then, I wouldn't really call it much of a hill. Back up once you get over this hill. Because I'm not interested in playing these fucking games with you. So he's starting to pull away from me now. I'm at my governed speed, so. But if he keeps playing the speed up, slow down games, I might drop back about 5 miles an hour or whatever. Usually usually only a couple miles. I'll usually drop down to about 68. And then if I catch up to them again at 68, then I'll try to go around them. But this guy's speed is a little more inconsistent. It might be because of the hills, but he could be a lollygagger too, or could have issues with his truck like the guy yesterday had. So yeah, yesterday coming through here in Nebraska. Where was I at? I don't know, it could have been, it was, well, somewhere in the vast flat area of Nebraska. And I was doing 70. Another truck starts to pass me up. He's still right next to me, you know, but his tractor's already past mine. Don't tell me this guy's going to slow down now at a stupid speed for the construction area. This guy was doing only like 50 to 55 in that last construction zone, and it's a 65 zone through most of these. Anyway, yeah, he started to slow down a little bit, where I was starting to pull ahead, catch back up to him. So I got to ask him, hey, his company name was AS, whatever. So I just said, hey, AS, what's going on there, man? Why are you slowing down? And he first says, I'll go ahead and drop back and get back behind you. It's, I told him, no, it's alright, dude. He said he was having problems with his truck that was, I guess, doing it, where it chopped his throttle from full, from what he was doing to partial throttle or something, and then back, which I've had happen to my truck, usually only when I'm climbing a hill, though. And so, yeah, I told him, no, it's all good. I told him I'll just go ahead and back off a couple miles an hour and let you finish getting by me so the other traffic behind you can get by. And I told him I was just kind of wondering what was going on, why you would slow down. I thought maybe you were daydreaming or something. But so if you have a legit reason for that, I understand. I've had that happen before. So yeah, they appreciated it. You don't have to be an asshole about it. Hey, what the fuck are you doing, asshole? Turned out he had a legit reason for doing it. He wasn't just I said there were two purple tractors at the TA when I went over there this morning. I don't think you'll see. I'm not sure you'll be able to see them though. Well, at least this guy's doing 65 this time. Two-way traffic next 10 miles. They've been at this for a while. The last time I came through here, the western 5 miles of that gap was already done being paved, and then the eastern 5 miles was torn up. It looks like, it's too dark to tell, but I think it's paved again, but I can't tell. Maybe they're just not done striping it and all that other kind of stuff. Yeah, well, it looked like it's probably a full moon or nearly a full moon, but right now it's hiding behind some clouds. I can see it off here at about my 10 o'clock position. definitely looks like a mostly full moon. I can't see all of it yet, but I can see part of it. I just can't see over the eastbound lanes well enough to tell what's going on with them. Should have 7 miles left. Yep, there's 7 miles. Yeah, 625 miles today would cover half the distance, the remaining distance to the customer. 625, 630, whatever. So ideally, yeah, I want to try to get as close as I can to the Nevada line as possible. I don't think I'll make it actually to Nevada, but I want to get close. Because then I'll have a chance to make it to possibly into Sacramento on the following shift. I'll probably stop at the Flying J in Rawlins for my 30. Then take a shower while I'm there, and then I'll have the flexibility of stopping wherever I feel like stopping. It can be at that rest area. Might be able to make it to that area, that spot over by the Bonneville Salt Flats area. Miles to go before we're out of this two-way area. Construction zone just before I get into Wyoming. Or did they already finish that one? I forget. And then there are several more two-way traffic construction zones in Wyoming as well. flashing white and green lights, a dead giveaway, and that's a civilian airfield right there. One green, one white, one green, one white on the spotlight airfield. One, two. Nebraska, yeah. Should be about a mile to go. Sunday morning probably shouldn't be bad with the traffic, but then again, lots of Mormons going to church on Sunday morning, so not sure that'll necessarily be the case. Should probably be fine. I mean, there'll probably be plenty of traffic, but not heavy. The truck must be getting held up by the, yeah, that's what I thought. I can tell they were getting held up by that four-wheeler up in front of them. Chance to get a couple of, at least some carrots and apples and stuff from Walmart while I was on my 10. And I bought some hummus also, that way when if I want to snack on those Triscuits that I have, I can dip them in the hummus, or if I end up getting chips at all, I can dip in with that. I like hummus. Good dip. Got the roasted red pepper. My load's not due until the 4th. At 9 a.m. I can actually have it there as early as tomorrow morning. If I take an extra 10-hour break, I can still be there tomorrow afternoon. setting up my recaps for next week, which I don't even think I'll be needing because I have an appointment on the 11th, and I want to get my truck into the shop to get some of these issues dealt with while I'm there. So I'll probably let them know, hey, I can always go off duty a little early, turn my truck in to get the oil pan leak fixed. Find out about my windshield washer reservoir, if they had something to do with it, or if I need to pay for it myself. Because if they didn't have something to do with it themselves, I'll just tell them I want to buy the reservoir and I'll put it in myself. It's not hard to do. No sense paying them labor for that. Deliver tomorrow at 1500 in Deerfield Beach. Where is Deerfield Beach? That sounds familiar. That's not Florida, is it? Oh, it is in Florida. Okay. Is that on the? Is that East Coast Florida or West Coast Florida? Damn, so you got enough time to do a 34-hour reset, huh? For me, I'd probably still try to get down there. If it's down in, is it further down in like Central Florida or Southern Florida, or is it up in the Panhandle? Yeah, I guess that. Yeah, the hurricane, I guess, would be a factor with that. Normally, I'd probably just try to get down there right away, so there's a chance that I can drop it in the Davenport yard. But with that hurricane coming, yeah, definitely a reason to consider not going down there yet. Brian, David, and Crystal are on the way over there. I just passed by them going, just before I got into Ogallala and shut down yesterday. I saw them going the other way. I knew they were going in that direction because I was talking to Daniel Finney yesterday, and he was telling me about how he was expecting to cross paths with Brian. I thought Brian was going to go down 25 to Denver, though, but the next thing I know, I see his truck going by just east of Ogallala. Even if it only gets to her a category 1 or maybe what Brian is saying. Hurricanes, even if you can get in that area, then there's the question of, can you even deliver anyway? Because if a lot of the employees there who work on the docks or at the warehouse have evacuated to other areas because of the hurricane, and there's nobody to unload you anyway. Rules require you to put your triangles out within 30 minutes of stopping. You're supposed to start, well, it's been actually within 10 minutes you're supposed to start putting them out, but they have to be out by 30 minutes after. Otherwise, you can potentially get cited by DOT for not having your triangles out like you're supposed to. To watch the game, I tried, but it wasn't on Hulu. I have Hulu Live, and I didn't see it on there, so I couldn't watch it. Kind of sucks seeing Cody Bellinger slumping again, though. National League MVP, and he can't hit worth a shit right now. After one what's going on there with that. I mean, I know he's messed with his mechanics a little bit, and I guess he's making contact. Enough contact with the ball, when he needs to. Not striking out very much, but power and placement, I guess, are what he's having trouble with.
demands a yes, no answer to a question that simply cannot be answered. Such, what happens if a witness refuses to provide a simple yes, no answer? Ellen Harmon. May 20, 2018.
Morning, dear.
Practicing attorney in Illinois, focusing on workers' compensation and related areas including tort defense, third-party civil litigation and medical legal matters since 1978. Former staff attorney at Safeco Insurance Chicago Legal Office, former Midwest Region Branch Litigation and Trial Attorney Zenith Insurance Co., private practice with various firms including Cohn Lambert, Ryan Schneider and Harmon, Landau Omahana and Kopa and Kiesler and Berman. There are some good answers here, but there are a couple points to keep in mind. If there is a jury, confining a witness to a yes or no answer when the witness has signaled or said it can't be answered that way makes the jury think the questioner is being sneaky. It is an objection to be used sparingly before a jury. B. After the second time, I would ask the judge to instruct the witness. If there is no jury, it is opposing counsel's role to give the witness the opportunity to expand his answer on redirect. The phrase is to rehabilitate the witness. It is not always necessary, or if you are someone who is chatty, it may not be prudent. The other point, and one which is hardest for witnesses, is to know that the witness is not in charge of the hearing, nor does he know where his testimony fits into the litigation plan. It might not make a difference to the case what you say to a yes or no answer on cross-examination. If you are the plaintiff or defendant, it is one thing to say I can't give a yes, no answer. If you are a witness, it is something different. Regardless, this is not your show. 1.6K views. View 4 upvoters. Answer requested by Thomas Johnston.
Yeah, kind of like he's saying, I'm sure the question that
Professor pushes back on cancel culture on campuses. First Amendment is for all of you. Fox News 5 hours ago. The right to free speech in America needs to be protected, Princeton University jurisprudence professor Robert George stated Friday. George's comments during an interview on Fox News at night came following a Michigan bed and breakfast's decision to remove their Norwegian flag after dozens wrongly accused the owners of flying a Confederate flag. According to reporting from WLIX, when Greg and Kirsten Offbecker created the St. John's Inn, named the Nordic Pineapple, they installed the flag, hanging an American flag alongside it. The pair then began to receive cruel emails and phone calls. Some were even convinced that the B&B was built by Confederate leaders when, in fact, Union workers constructed the Civil War-era building for the daughter of the St. John's founder. Kirsten Offbecker said the flag was hung as a way for her to represent her Scandinavian heritage. However, with the confusion, she took it down because she said it was not worth the frustration. The Norwegian flag has the same colors as the Confederate flag, but the patterns and symbols are different. The Confederate flag is red with a blue X containing white stars.
Interesting.
It's a combination of a very bad attitude and a great deal of ignorance, George remarked. You would think that Americans would be able to tell what is and isn't a Confederate flag, even if it's a flag that, in some ways, resembles a Confederate flag. But look at how quickly people just turned outrage and tried to shut these people down because they thought they had broken the rule against wrongthing. He told host Shannon Bream. So, the combination of malice and ignorance is really toxic. George highlighted the importance of speaking up in defense of the free speech rights of those you strongly may disagree with. Temple University was under pressure to discipline Professor Mark Lamont Hill for some statements that I very strongly disagreed with. But I, nevertheless, threatened to myself lead a protest in defense of the free speech rights of the very progressive Mark Lamont Hill. It's not the conservatives, it's not the liberals' property. It's everybody's right, he said. And so, we need to protect the free speech rights and stand up for the free speech rights of those we oppose, George urged. Fox News' Jack Derschlag and the Associated Press contributed to this report. Article 192 of 197. Court overturns Boston Marathon bomber's death sentence AP 1 hours ago. A federal appeals court on Friday overturned the death sentence of Jahar Tsarnaev, the man convicted in the 2013 Boston Marathon bombing. The three-judge panel of the First U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in Boston issued the decision more than 6 months after arguments were heard in the case. The April 15, 2013, attack killed 3 people and injured more than 260 others. Tsarnaev's lawyers had argued that intense media coverage had made it impossible to have a fair trial in Boston. They also pointed to social media posts from 2 jurors suggesting they harbored strong opinions even before the 2015 trial started. The appeals judges, in a hearing on the case in early December, devoted a significant number of questions to the juror bias argument. They asked why the 2 jurors had not been dismissed, or at least why the trial judge had not asked them follow-up questions after the posts came to light on the eve of the trial. The judges noted that the Boston court has a long-standing rule obligating such an inquiry. Tsarnaev's lawyers say one of the jurors, who would go on to become the jury's foreperson, or chief spokesperson, published 24 tweets in the wake of the bombings. One post after Tsarnaev's capture called him a piece of garbage. Tsarnaev was convicted on 30 charges, including conspiracy and use of a weapon of mass destruction. He's been serving his sentence in a high-security Supermax prison in Colorado. His brother, Tamerlan Tsarnaev, was killed in a gun battle with police days after the 2 brothers detonated 2 pressure cooker bombs near the marathon finish line. Article 193 of 197. Around the NFL Friday.
You know, there was a good movie that came out about that Patriots Day with Mark Wahlberg. It's a good movie. In a shootout with the cops. I don't remember. It's yeah. And I just saw the movie not that long ago. Just forget the details. I know there was a shootout with the with Boston PD shortly after they kidnapped a guy for
Around the NFL Friday, June 31, 2020 02:31 p.m. Free agent W.R. Antonio Brown suspended 8 games. Nick Shook around the NFL writer. Pelicero, AB suspended 8 games for violations of NFL's personal conduct policy. Antonio Brown recently demanded that the league resolve its investigation into his alleged off-field incidents, and on Friday the NFL responded. The NFL announced it has suspended the free agent wide receiver 8 games for multiple violations of the league's personal conduct policy. Brown's suspension stems from his no-contest plea to burglary and battery charges from a January incident in Florida, and accusations he sent intimidating texts to a woman who accused the receiver of making past unwanted advances. Currently a free agent, Brown's suspension takes effect week 1, regardless of whether he's on a roster. Brown has been without a team since he was released by the New England Patriots after appearing in just 1 game for them in 2019. He could return after week 8 if signed, but his suspension could be extended if further violations are found related to an ongoing civil suit in Florida, Pelicero added. The league is also looking into civil claims of sexual assault and rape against the 32-year-old receiver. As part of the discipline, Brown has been directed to continue his program of counseling and treatment, and he is expected to fully cooperate with his clinicians for the NFL's release. Brown's story has been of nothing but tumult in the last couple of years, with the receiver forcing his way out of Pittsburgh via trade to the Raiders, suffering a foot injury as a result of an issue with cryotherapy, refusing to participate for the Raiders on the grounds of an issue with his helmet, then ultimately forcing his way out of the franchise via release. Brown's time with New England was over before it really began, and he's since vacillated between claims of retirement and a path toward returning. He'll begin the 2020 season unable to participate, though it remains interesting to see whether a team will take a chance on him now or at some point during the 2020 season. Article 194 of 197. Clayton Kershaw set to return for 2020 debut, MLB.com. Dodgers manager Dave Roberts announced on Friday that Clayton Kershaw will make his 2020 debut on Sunday against the D-backs, and Walker Buehler will make his second start of the season on Monday against the Padres. Only a few hours before his scheduled opening day start on July 23, Kershaw. Dodgers manager Dave Roberts announced on Friday that Clayton Kershaw will make his 2020 debut on Sunday against the D-backs, and Walker Buehler will make his second start of the season on Monday against the Padres. Only a few hours before his scheduled opening day start on July 23, Kershaw was placed on the 10-day injured list with back stiffness, and rookie Dustin May was recalled to start against the Giants. Read more. Los Angeles Dodgers.
Wait a minute. Dustin May's not a rookie. He played last year.
Article 195 of 197. Man found dead in vacant lot along Bear Valley Road in Hesperia, BBNG.com 7 hours ago. Hesperia, Caleb. BBNG.com, a man found dead in a vacant lot prompted a death investigation Friday afternoon in Hesperia. At about 5:30 p.m. on July 31, deputies responded to the 16,900 block of Bear Valley Road next to the CVS shopping center and located the male in the field and pronounced him deceased at the scene. Sheriff's spokeswoman Cindy Bachman told BBNG the coroner was en route to the scene and homicide detectives were not involved in the death investigation. No other information was available for release. The Victor Valley is currently under an excessive heat warning, with the area experiencing triple-digit temperatures. The identity and manner of death will be released by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Coroner Office pending notification of next of kin. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 140,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow us on Instagram and Twitter. Article 196 of 196. Giles. July 28, 2020. I am German and a great-grandson of the perpetrators and followers, so I am quite able to give an answer here. 1. I don't care whether the Treaty of Versailles, the failure of the League of Nations, or a fragmented party landscape in Germany is responsible for Hitler's seizure of power. 2. With his book, Mein Kampf, it was clear to everyone where Hitler would lead the country. Nothing needs to be interpreted. The goal, Endlösung, was already formulated in 1922 in a clear manner, and it was mandatory to read Mein Kampf in the Third Reich. Everyone could know who he was making his Führer. 3. Over time it became clear to the German population what was happening to Jews in the Reich. Everyone had or knew a work colleague or a neighbor who had suddenly disappeared with his family. There were enough Germans who then moved into these vacant, Jew-free apartments or who appropriated the valuables of the deportees. 4. There were enough war crimes by the Wehrmacht on the civilian population in the conquered countries. There were murders under the eyes of the normal soldier, revenge actions against the civilian population, Versammlungsbefehl, Nachtun Neblerlass, Erlass von Kugeln, etc. Or help to persecute the Jews. The refusal to participate in war crimes was unpunished even in the Wehrmacht, and yet these refusers were in the minority. 5. It makes no difference whether Stalin started war crimes or crimes against humanity. 6. It doesn't matter whether Soviets raped German women and girls. 7. It does not matter whether Allied soldiers shot all soldiers with SS uniforms immediately without a court order. 8. Whether the US bombed Hiroshima or Nagasaki doesn't matter to answer this question also. 9. Neither does Dresden matter. And I find numbers games with the number of victims and their suffering simply disgusting. To compensate dead German children against dead children by the Soviets or with those children murdered by Germans is also just disgusting. I will now answer the question indirectly. We all know the pictures when the supporters murdered their victims and saw them on TV. We can all find amateur recordings on the internet where supporters murder entire villages. We all know the reports in the newspapers about how they violently appropriated houses by killing the residents, including children, and how they enslave and rape women and children at an end. Are you even interested in the point of view of one of these criminals or supporters? Are their crimes less heinous if you find another group, nation or whatever, who have done similar or more heinous things? Why should the rest of the world care what we Germans thought at the time? Apparently not very much. We should all study the mechanisms that led to this development, and we should all know them. We should never forget what led ourselves to this catastrophe and made us perpetrators. Now, that's just my opinion. We have a duty, as ex-perpetrators, to look very closely, and we have the right but also the duty to remember and to exhort the peoples of the world at an early stage if we already register the signs of a new genocide or the beginning of oppression. Unfortunately, we don't dare to do this often enough, and when we do, we're far too quiet. Because the mechanisms that led to this catastrophe can always be found, and more recently even in the so-called Western and cultivated civilizations. And unfortunately I already recognize them here in Germany. Ich bin kein Nazi oder Rechter, aber man wird doch mal sagen dürfen. I'm not a Nazi, but it must be allowed to say. Quote, it is acceptable again even here in Germany, history seems to repeat. Addendum. However, I can see the mechanisms that led to the World War II in many countries around the world. In my opinion, the prerequisites are also in place, a veto right that paralyzes the UN, see League of Nations, such as in America First that favored the First World War at the times. And I hope that all the agitators and splitters of this world remain only mouth heroes and not be encouraged to take action. 78.9k views. You 1.6k upvoters. You sharers. About the author. Patrick Giles. Entrepreneur, consultant 2000 present. Lives in Germany, Europe. 155.4k content views, 83.7k this month. You 74 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact languages, your ad choices. Copyright Quora Inc. 2020. Open an app. Article 197 of 197. Rabid bats found in San Bernardino County. Victorville Daily Press, yesterday. 9 bats in San Bernardino County tested positive for rabies, officials announced earlier this week. The total includes 4 confirmed rabid bats within the past 2 weeks in Rancho Cucamonga, Fontana and Apple Valley, the county's Department of Public Health said Thursday. DPH spokesperson Lana Culp said the department's lab had so far tested 74 bats and estimated to get another 50 bats by the end of the year. Bats are like birds, they migrate, and are most active during warm weather. So usually we do see more bats during June and July, she said. So it isn't unusual for us to see bad activity during this time of year, and the number of confirmed rabies we have right now isn't much of a concern either. Rabies is a disease caused by a virus that attacks the brain and is almost always fatal once symptoms set in, which include general weakness, discomfort, fever or headache, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. A person may experience anxiety, confusion, delirium, hallucinations, fear of water and insomnia as the disease progresses. It is important to seek medical attention as soon as possible for any animal bite or possible rabies exposure, said Dr. Aaron Gustafson, the county's interim health officer. In the United States, people dying from rabies is somewhat rare. The CDC reported 127 human rabies cases from 1960 to 2018, with roughly one-fourth resulting from dog bites during international travel. The agency said the decline in cases from past years was due to vaccination, public health surveillance and testing, and the availability of treatment before symptoms appear. Bats, however, account for 70% of rabies infections acquired in the U.S. The disease is also mainly found in raccoons, skunks and foxes. About 5,000 animal rabies cases are reported annually in the U.S., the CDC said. The disease mostly affects poor rural communities in Africa and Asia, where 10 deaths of children. In those countries, 99% of human cases are caused by dog bites. The WHO launched a global, 0 by 30, plan to eliminate rabies deaths caused by dogs by 2030. The agency aims to invest $50 million by that time and increase rabies awareness, provide better access to affordable treatment and bolster dog vaccination. County Public Health listed several tips for preventing exposure, including vaccinating pets, bat-proofing homes and seeking immediate medical attention when bitten by an animal. All bites or scratches from a domestic or wild animal should be reported to a local animal control agency. For more information, call San Bernardino County Animal Care and Control Services at 1-800-472-5609. Martin Estacio may be reached at mestacio@bbdailypress.com or at 760-955-5358. Follow him on Twitter at @BP_Mestacio. There are no more articles to read.
70% of all rabies cases to people come from bats. Wow. It's a lot. Yeah, raccoons can be mean little bastards sometimes, depending on the situation. I've had interactions with raccoons, but usually good ones. But they can be mean. Aggressive, I mean. About 35 miles to go to Wyoming. About a half-hour drive. German perspective thing there. Now, they mentioned a bunch of different war crime situations. Like talking about Stalin's war crimes. Yeah, we're starting to get into the clouds here, I think. fine, but then this guy got caught up to for some weird reason.
Answer, Quora. Open in app. Sign in. What is the smallest thing a person ever did for you that impacted your life? Adrian Sidden, IT and Customer Service at Freelancing, 2012 present. Answered November 5, 2019. My creepy, staring neighbor brought my toddler home. About 4 years ago, I moved with my 2 kids into a new neighborhood. I'm extremely introverted, so while I saw my neighbors, I didn't socialize. My daughter, who was between 4 and 5 at the time, was, and still is, my polar opposite. She incredibly smart and was an accomplished escape artist. I have never found a locking method for doors or windows that she couldn't either beat or get around. She slept in my bed, otherwise if she woke before me or I fell asleep first, she would do her damnedest to stage a covert jailbreak. I even had to board up the doggy door, because she would take the collar that unlocked it off the dog and make a hasty exit to the backyard, usually with our goofy pug hot on her heels. Anyways, one morning after putting my son on the school bus, I forgot to lock the bolts when I came back in. I was friggin' exhausted, so I laid back down. I must have been sleeping hard because her getting out of bed didn't wake me like it usually did. She went and got a granola bar and a juice box, which I kept accessible for her safety. She wanted to do everything herself, and rather than asking for something she couldn't reach, she'd make a ladder out of anything available, and did her daily raptor-style fence testing, looking for any exploitable weaknesses. And the front door was unlocked. A little about my neighbor: he was an elderly gentleman who never seemed to go in his house. He was always either sitting in a chair on his porch or toddling up and down the street with his cane or walker. Him until one afternoon my son got off the bus and found this neighbor standing out front, just staring at the house. We live in an as-border town that is plagued by horrific unemployment and crime rates. Cooking is big business here, and my beautiful little blonde-haired, pale-skinned daughter hits every point on the targeted types. I didn't know if this man was completely harmless, a pedophile, a scout for one of the housebreakers, so like most parents, I assumed the worst. I installed motion-activated cameras outside and considered contacting the cops about stalking or menacing. I would check the sidewalk before we left the house. I even started taking the long way out of the neighborhood to avoid driving past his house. He made me feel watched, which I have always hated, and I was completely paranoid. So, this morning when my evil genius found her door to freedom, I doubt she hesitated. More than likely the smell of freedom sent her into a frenzy and she hauled ass as fast as her bare feet and pull-up would let her. Mind, I'm sleeping the blissful, untroubled sleep of a parent wrapped in the assurance that they are smarter, faster and more clever than their children. She made it out to the sidewalk and started down the street wearing nothing but her diaper and a smile, looking for something awesome. She made it past 3 houses, sees this creepy old dude who mom actively avoids, and decides she's going to figure out what his deal is. She marched across his yard, right up to where he was sitting on his porch and introduced herself. I about jumped out of my skin when banging on the front door woke me up. She closed it behind her, and he didn't want to open it or just send her inside. I ran to the door, so discombobulated that I didn't notice she wasn't next to me in the bed. I opened the door, and there stands my creepy old neighbor, hand in hand with my fearless goodwill ambassador, both of them giggling like a pair of loony birds. I just stand there like an idiot, completely not understanding why my daughter was with this guy. I was stuttering, trying to get my brain to form a coherent question, and my kidlet piped up, letting me know that she had gone visiting, but he didn't want mom to worry, so he walked her home. I guess I still looked confused, so he explained to me that there are a lot of bad people in our city, so he did his duty and returned her home safely. We sat down in my porch chairs and he told me his story. He was a retired police officer. Many years prior, he had a daughter who was very adventurous, full to the brim with curiosity, and absolutely fearless. While he was at work one day, their dog bolted out the front door and his daughter chased after it. Both the little girl and the dog were killed in a hit-and-run when she chased the dog into the street and into the path of a car. He explained that no parent should have to bury their child, and he makes it his duty to protect the families in the neighborhood by patrolling 24/7/365. He watches to make sure kids get home safely. School bus, the and no neighborhood. That had ever. My assumptions had made me suspicious of the one person in the neighborhood, if not the whole city, who had my back. I had never been openly hostile towards him, so he was pretty stunned when I told him the direction my thoughts about him had taken, but after a minute he started giggling again. He was able to look at his actions from my point of view and found it entertaining. Then he asked me not to tell anyone what a softie he was because it would ruin his reputation among the criminals as a tough guy. I don't have family here and neither does he, so now we have frequent whiskey and barbecue dates and spend every holiday together. We're even planning a trip to California theme parks next summer, so he and my son can indulge in their mutual love coaster ride. One point.
There's never a case for an argument for don't be so fucking paranoid. That's an example of it. It's one thing to be to have concern that could be the situation, but don't treat situations like they're the best case scenario possible or the worst case scenario possible. Be aware that those could be the cases, but more often than not, it's going to be somewhere in between. Now, in that case, we'd say it went from a parent assuming the most paranoid situation possible to having a situation that really was the best case scenario possible there.
Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What would happen if an audience member shouted out an answer during Jeopardy? Jennifer Quayle, 8-day Jeopardy champion. Answered May 15, 2020. Author has 5.8k answers and 12.1 m answer views. The director would stop down tape. The show's filmed about 2 months in advance of airing and there's a lot of editing that goes on. One show I was watching, not playing it, there was a 20-minute delay between when the think music ended and when the judges finished confirming that they could accept one contestant's final Jeopardy answer. The judges can see what you're writing, so any questions are resolved before they're revealed to everyone else, and Alex knows if he can call it right or wrong. At that point, the audience member would be removed from the studio. The audience would get another, stricter, lecture about not saying answers, possibly with the third-party attorney getting involved, and she'd have to certify that the clue was now removed and the player didn't benefit. You've got audience monitors whose job is to stand facing the crowd and signal even when applause is permissible, so they'd be even more on the ball. A new question would be put on the board and they'd reshoot, probably from the contestant calling the category, amount, same contestant, same dollar amount, category, and they'd have to answer the new question. If the replacement clue was something they didn't know and the one that was spoiled had been, they'd be pissed. Rightfully so, especially if they missed the new question and another player got a rebound and took control of the board. 17.1k views. View 364 upvoters. Share. Answer. University. 12.1m content views 430.5k this month. Top Writer 2018 and answer to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact languages. Copyright Quora Inc. 2020. Open in app. By continuing, I agree that I am at least 13 years old and have read and agreed to Quora's terms of service and privacy policy. Continue with Google. Continue with Facebook. Login. Sign up with email. Article 3 of 194. Answer. Quora. Open in app. Sign in. Are drill instructors ever nice? Chris Meyer, seasoned and boneless IT professional. Updated May 16, 2020.
Sometimes.
U.S. Navy Boot Camp, Orlando Recruit Training Center, 1987. Short version, my grandfather was very ill, and my family was told the standard, if you have any relatives out of town, call them. Line. I was in my 5th or 6th week of boot camp, so my mother informed the Red Cross first thing. In less than an hour, the Red Cross word to the was summoned out to a waiting, along with orders pay. The CMC drove me to the Orlando airport, where a ticket to Atlanta was waiting for me, paid for by my mother. The CMC waited with me until I boarded. When I got off the plane in Atlanta, my recruiter was waiting to drive me to the hospital, and when he dropped me off, he wrote his home number on his card and gave it to me, in case I needed anything or a ride back to the airport when my leave was up. Fortunately, my grandfather improved, and 4 days later I was back in boot camp. While I was gone, my bunkmate had taken care of folding my laundry and keeping my locker squared away. I found out after graduation that my company commanders had fought to keep me from being held back in boot camp. So, yeah, they can be nice if it's absolutely necessary. Smiley face. 5.4k views. View 185 upvoters. About the author. Chris Meyer. Aviation and space geek. Seasoned in book.
Yeah, what they mean there is, we're getting held back. Sometimes if if something comes up, like, medical issue, or maybe you're having trouble passing the fitness test, or the academic test at the end, for example, if you fail that, what they can do is wash you back about a week or two. So you basically repeat the last week or two of training, and then you graduate with a different class. They can do that as often as they want to until you pass, or until they finally give up and say, you know what, this guy's just not going to make it. He's not cut out. We're going to discharge him. would yell plenty, but I also saw plenty of other cases where I could tell that he actually gave a shit and actually cared about talking to people like they were humans. And I remember toward the end of it, when I was getting ready, we had like family members. We had to be in our service dress, you know, or actually service uniform though, you know, our blues. Air Force basic training goes through Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio. I remember being over the building where we were meeting our and I remember one of the drill instructors I would deal with, who sometimes help with my, with my unit, with my flight, whatever. He was there. I remember he struck up a conversation with me. Because when you're in basic training in the Air Force, they tell you, you're always supposed to be at attention every time you talk to them. And then if you're going to say anything more than a yes or no answer or whatever, you're supposed to actually give a reporting statement. Sir, Airman Zane reports his order. And then they will give you the opportunity to speak, to explain whatever they want you to explain. Now the reporting statement, they make you practice, because if you ever get sent to the commander's office for something because you've done something wrong, usually even when in the regular Air Force, you're required to give that reporting statement to the commander while you're saluting them as well. And then you stand at attention in front of their desk unless they invite you to sit. But anyway, this drill instructor just started having a regular conversation with me, like we knew each other, whatever. And he even told me, you don't have to give a reporting statement. Just, he was actually just trying to be a nice guy. The STs are starting to drive me nuts. I know you're the same guy I was dealing with earlier. Now maybe I could use Sierra England or whoever that is in front of you as a block. Yeah, I think that's Sierra England up there. Can't make up your damn mind what speed you're gonna run. You're busy playing on your phone, that's why.
4 of 194. Answer, Quora. Open in app. Sign in. What moment in your life was so shocking that you didn't even believe that it was happening? Andrea Summer, studied at University of Maryland, College Park. Answered May 18, 2020. Author has 2.6K answers and 1.3 M answer views. My husband at the time, and I shared a PC in our home office. He had just left for the airport and in his haste left his online mailbox open. He had never done that before, so I read some of the correspondence. Not too many entries down on the list, I came across a long mushy email from what turned out to be one of his long-term and many, I don't know what you call females, in which my ex played sugar daddy, that was filled with sentences of love goop, sex sludge and mentions of all the travels and gifts he bestowed on her for the past 3.5 years. When I started to read those sentences, and I did have to go back time and time again and reread because I felt as if in that moment, I was in an alternate universe. I am reading words, but it was like I was not understanding them, let alone comprehending them. What? When? How? Why? Where was I now? Where was I then? Like some kind of bad Twilight Zone episode. My son had become ill with a really rare disease and spent a good length of time at Children's Hospital being treated, then there was much more to come as an outpatient. My son needed serious medical attention, so my thoughts of going back to work were over for the time being. But apparently, that's when my ex really started hot and heavy with this 36-year younger female who was employed at his office as an office assistant. I read a number of similar exchanges of emails between the two of them. I could tell he was smitten. Then, back further and read. I went 5:00 in the morning and then looked online for divorce attorneys. I booked an app and had to do a pre-screening and was asked to do a homework assignment describing my marriage, which I did. When I read over it, I realized just how she *** why my marriage had been. Even my attorney, when reading over the text, said to me, "You have not been loved well." Oh hell no, I had not. I hired a private investigator and the rest is history. And I'm very glad it is, and I have come to see his betrayal as a release and opportunity for a much better life. I also learned what type of creature I'd been dealing with thanks to the help on this site and YouTube tutorials on what can only be described as a classic covert narcissist. OMG, such an eye-opener. I thank everyone who had written of their own experiences. It was such a commonality of what I'd also experienced. I was not alone. That's why I will churn up the past in order to try and help anyone going through that muck and misery. Hush. 80.3K views. You 603 upvoters. Answer requested by Sky R. Regan. About the author. Andrea Summer. Studied at University of Maryland, College Park. Lives in Washington, D.C. and metro area 1973 present. 1.3 M content views 183.1K this month. Contact languages. Copyright Quora Inc. 2020. Open in app. Article 5 of 194. Answer, Quora. Open in app. Sign in. What moment in your life was so shocking that you didn't even believe that it was happening? Andrea Summer, studied at University of Maryland, College Park. Answered May 18, 2020. Author has 2.6K answers and 1.3 M answer views. My husband at the time, and I shared a PC in our home office. He had just left for the airport and in his haste left his online mailbox open.
Yeah, it's the same one. Here. Just over half an hour drive down from here to Cheyenne.
Article 6 of 194. Answer, Quora. Open in app. Sign in. What is your most, you've got to be kidding me, experience at a car mechanic? Frederick Hoff, Law, Civil Rights, Disabled Rights, International Law. Answered May 17, 2020. Author has 145 answers and 210.1k answer views. Not me, but a soon-to-be fired mechanic at the local GM dealership did this to my then-girlfriend's car. She had a radiator hose suddenly split on her, spewing hot coolant solution and steam all over her engine and engine compartment. She quickly pulled over and shut the engine off. Smart. That saved her engine from possibly seizing up into a ruined mass. She had it towed back to the dealership for repairs. I joined her at the dealership to give her a ride home, as it was going to take a day or so for the repairs. When I arrived and saw the car, I noticed that the coolant steam bath had loosened the adhesive on the hood insulation blanket, which was a standard item on that car. It kept the hood from getting really hot and possibly damaging the paint on the hood. The hood insulation blanket was drooping down and falling off the underside of the hood. I mentioned that problem to the service writer and said it needed to be replaced as it was likely damaged when the hose broke. Did I mention that the car was less than a year old and still under full manufacturer's warranty? Well, it was, so the hose split, steam bath re-glue job was all under warranty, as the hose was obviously defective from the factory. So, no charge. They even paid for the towing. No, dear reader, that wasn't the end of it. Not even close. Next day, girlfriend gets a call from the dealer that the hose is repaired and the coolant is all fine, but the dealership doesn't stock the hood insulation blanket. Is it okay to reuse the old one? I got on the phone and said she doesn't want the old blanket back, she needs a new one, as it might be damaged, still soaked with coolant. With some grousing, they agree. It'll take a couple of days, okay. I want the job done right. A couple of days later, the dealership calls her and says they don't have the adhesive the factory uses to re-glue the hood insulation blanket in stock. I wasn't there for the phone call. Frustrated by the delays, my girlfriend told the dealership she needed her car back, so they needed to fix it right away and get it back to her ASAP. Okay. That was the big mistake, we later found out. Later that day, the dealership called her and said her car was ready. I swung by her house and picked her up. We pulled into the dealership service area. I let her out in front to go start the paperwork, while I parked in the lot. As I'm walking to the service area, I hear my girlfriend shriek, "What have you done to my car?" ... Walking faster, I enter the service area and see why she's upset. Shaking my head, I ask to see both the service manager and the general manager of the dealership. Within a couple of minutes they both descend from their upstairs offices and they both gasp, almost as one. Mr. Service Manager says, "We'll make it right." Mr. General Manager says, "Yep. Plus some. Heads are going to roll." One of the mechanics, lacking a few brain cells as well as the factory recommended adhesive, had decided that the only way he could adhere the hood insulation blanket to the hood was to drill a series of holes through the hood and the hood insulation blanket and use bolts to hold the new hood insulation blanket in place.
What the hell?
That's
What
right.
an idiot!
He drilled about 15 holes in the hood of my girlfriend's car hood and bolted the new hood insulation blanket in place with bolts instead of properly using adhesive. I can't imagine what the conversations between the mechanic and management were like, but I bet they were loud. So a few days later, after a free rental car for the girlfriend to drive while the dealership gets and paint matches a new hood and installs it, and a free basic service for the life of the car for the girlfriend later, she's a happy camper. Still can't for the life of me imagine what the mechanic was thinking that day. 24.2k views. You 1.2k upvoters.
What an idiot!
You sharers. About the author. Frederick Hoff. Law, Civil Rights, Disabled Rights, International Law. Lives in the United States of America. 210.5k content views, 32.3k this month. You 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact languages. Copyright Quora Inc. 2020. Open in app. Article 7 of 194. Answer, Quora. Open in app. Sign in. How do semi-truck drivers use their rigs to communicate while going down the interstate? Dan Boakley, long-haul trucker, U.S.-based, since 2005, well over 1 million safe miles. Answered November 17, 2019. Author has 1.4K answers and 5.6M answer views. There are 3 ways we generally alert each other, and sometimes the motoring public at large, to problems or situations. The one I most commonly use is my headlight dip switch. I use this many times every hour that I'm driving to let other trucks, the ones that aren't governed at 65 like my sad, slow ass, know that it's safe to come back over in front of me after they've passed me. I also use it to gently tell other drivers to go ahead and go first, for example at a roundabout or intersection. This is especially handy at night when they can't see me waving at them. Pushing forward on that multifunction stop momentarily turns my headlights off if they're on, or on if they're off. The little button in the end flashes my trailer marker lights the same way. The next tool in my comms bag is my trusty CB radio. I got this one in 2006, not long after I got my CDL and my first radio died. CB is great as there's no ambiguity, am I flashing my lights to say thank you or F you? On the radio it's pretty apparent which it is. The radio is also invaluable for stuff like, hey northbound saw ya, you've got no lights on your trailer, and northbound you're coming to a stop at the 343 yardstick, right 2 lanes are blocked, if you're not to the 341 get off yet take it and make a left go past the pilot and keep going until you hit Route 200, take a right and that'll bring you back to 75 at the 350. Try communicating that with your headlights. Both of those happened last night, so it's not exactly uncommon. Unfortunately a lot of drivers don't have CBs anymore, and lots more just don't keep them turned on. I have no idea how many drivers I've tried to warn about their blown tires and dead lights, traffic jams and detours, and they had no idea and had to suffer for it. Hey, sucks to be you bro, turn ya damn radio on. Finally there's the original trucker warning system, a big, loud, obnoxious air horn. Not ambiguous in the slightest, but the only thing it can really say is get the hell out of the way now or you will become a greasy smear under 40 tons of truck. Well, it's also useful for sending a large middle finger when you're too oblivious to see my actual middle finger and for putting huge smiles on the faces of small children and sweet little old ladies. I love that part. 35.5K views. You 274 upvoters. You sharers. About the author. Dan Boakley. Long-haul trucker, Linux junkie, and avid scuba diver. Works at national carriers. Studied at Ventura High School. Lives in Fort Walton Beach, FL. 5.6M content views 122.1K this month. Top writer 2018. Active in one space. You 5 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact languages. Copyright Quora Inc. 2020. Open in app. Article 8 of 194. Answer, Quora. Open in app. Sign in. What are some of the disrespectful things COs say to inmates? William Mersey, blogger, musician, ex-inmate at MCC. Answered April 19, 2020. Author has 327 answers and 5.4M answer views. I found that the COs at MCC Federal Prison in downtown NY were respectful and even friendly. Copyright Quora Inc. 2020. Open in app. By continuing, I agree that I am at least 13 years old and have read and agreed to Quora's terms of service and privacy policy. Continue with Google. Continue with Facebook. Log in, sign up with email. Article 9 of 194. Answer, Quora. Open in app. Sign in. What is an outrageous thing that Navy SEALs do? Mike Turner, studied Control and Systems Engineering at United States Naval Academy. Updated May 2, 2020. Upvoted by Dustin Simon, former gunner's mate 2nd class at United States Navy 2009-2013, and John B. Thompson, 1st Electronics, Special Ops, Cold War Intel, United States Navy, 1984. Author has 146 answers and 965.8K answer views. Hard to pick one. But I guess for me, it is the idea that a civilian hostage can be somewhere in the middle of nowhere, held by bad guys that know the local terrain and are keeping on the move and off the grid. and that our intelligence and special operations communities can find them, and set wheels in motion, resulting in a door getting kicked in on a remote mountainside hut or desert encampment in the middle of the night by operators who would probably not get a second glance if you passed them in a grocery store. That they can reach across the world with pinpoint precision and take an innocent hostage home. More than once, the rescue tell of operators shielding them with their own bodies until the bullets stop flying. Sometimes, operators die on these missions. In a world of military actions that generates controversy for some, drone strikes, collateral damage, etc., hostage rescue missions have a certain level of purity, especially when we're talking about civilian aid workers just trying to help the local populace. Jessica Buchanan falls into that category. She was kidnapped by Somali bandits in 2011 and held for 93 days. Her rescuers parachuted into the desert under cover of darkness and silently approached her captors. I think her own words say it best from a CBS interview. She was on a mat trying to sleep when she heard a faint scratching noise. One of the bandits she nicknamed Helper heard it too. Jessica Buchanan, and then I see this look of just sheer terror on Helper's face. And then all of a sudden it's just this eruption of gunfire. And I think, okay, well this is it. This really is truly the end. And I cover up with my blanket again, and I just start saying, oh God, oh God, oh God. And I just remember thinking, or maybe I'm saying out loud, like, I cannot survive this. She thought she was being taken by a rival group, maybe Al-Shabaab, the Islamic extremists who would surely kill her. Jessica Buchanan, and then all of a sudden, I feel all these hands on me. Roughly grabbing at me, and I try to protect myself, and I pull the blanket closer on top of me. And then I hear my name. But it's not a Somali accent, it's an American accent. And I can't compute, like I can't understand that somebody with an American accent knows my name. And they say, Jessica, we're with the American military. We're here to take you home, and you're safe. I pull the blanket down from my face and all I see is black. Black masks, black sky, and all I can say over and over is, you're American. You're Americans. I don't understand, you're American. Thinking, how did you get here? And I'm still alive, and they ask me where my shoes are and I don't know. And one of them picked me up and starts running. He runs for several minutes and puts me down on the ground. And I'm still asking who these Americans are. I don't understand who they are and I don't understand what they've done. And then they identify themselves, and that they knew I was very sick. And they have medicine and they have water, they have food. And they've come to take me home. At one point I think they thought they heard something. I don't know, this group of men who's risked their life for me already asks me to lie down on the ground because they're concerned that there might be someone out there. And then they make a circle around me. And then they lie down on top of me. To protect me. And we lay like that until the helicopters come in. Scott Pelley, when all of those SEALs laid down on top of you, you were the most important thing in the world for them. Jessica Buchanan, it's really hard to comprehend. Scott Pelley, they were gonna take a bullet for you. Jessica Buchanan, affirm. And they are so kind and so gentle. And they are trying to assist me to get to the helicopter, but I think I've been out here for months, I can run to this helicopter myself. And so I just break away and I just take off running through the scrub, through the bush, and I throw myself onto that helicopter and push myself up against the wall. And I don't start breathing until we actually lift up off the ground. Jessica Buchanan, and they hand me an American flag that's folded. Scott Pelley, what did you think of that? Jessica Buchanan, I just started to cry. At that point in time I have never in my life been so proud and so very happy to be an American. For me, the idea that this group will not stop until they find you, no matter where you are, is remarkable. 30.8k views. You 2.9k upvoters. You sharers. About the author. Mike Turner. Navy pilot, S-3V Viking and others. Studied control and systems engineering at United States Naval Academy. Lives in Northern California. 966.2k content views, 36.7k this month. You 6 other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact languages. Copyright Quora Inc. 2020. Open in app. Article 10 of 194. Answer, Quora. Open in app. Sign in. What should a truck driver do when they have a blowout? Rick Plugman, over-the-road trucker. Delivering the goods since 1990. Updated April 24, 2020. Author has 2.8K answers and 18.7 M answer views. The you mean after? Aw, fucking A. First thing I do is check my mirrors while simultaneously putting on my four-ways while slowing down. The reason for checking the mirrors is to see how badly the thing deconstructed due to the size and volume of the rubber grenades it's tossing. If I'm in any other but the far right-hand lane, I'll cancel the four-ways just long enough to engage the right turn signal. Then, with the maneuver completed, I'll re-engage the four-ways. Next, I'll try to find a safe place to pull over. Preferably one that's wide enough that I can pull off far enough to give a service person room to work safely without becoming roadkill. Then, I'll get out and evaluate the damage. Once I've determined which tire decided to buy for early retirement, I'll set out my emergency triangles. We have wireless communication terminals in our trucks, and one of the nice things about them is they have a send button on them. I'll fill in those necessary fields, hit send, and voila, it magically becomes somebody else's problem. I usually get some kind of reply back from maintenance along the lines of working on it in about 15 minutes. Then, I wait for a disposition. If I'm close enough to a tire facility, I may be asked to limp it in. If it's too far, or I deem it unsafe, they'll send out a third-party service truck. They'll give me a name and an ETA, and I'll either screw around on my phone, or cop some ZZs. The service guy will wake me when he gets there. All in all, on a good day, all of this should take about 2 hours. 6.2K views. You 309 upvoters.
Okay. Yeah, that guy's a really experienced driver too. But yeah, I don't know that he has a newer model truck that he drives. If he says he turns off his four-ways to deal with his turn signal, somebody's getting off the freeway here in TA, aren't they? Is that why we're slowing down? Alright. Yeah, like my truck, I don't have to turn my four-ways off. If I want to signal right, I just signal right. The right turn signal, or the left turn signal, whichever, will actually override my four-ways, and basically cancels out the four-ways automatically. And then when I turn off the turn signal, the four-ways automatically come back on. Like what he was talking about there, depending on what kind of tire it is and the situation. If it's a steer tire or a super single tire, no matter what, I'm just gonna shut it down wherever I'm at. Put it on the right shoulder if I can, and get to somewhere. I mean, first place I can that's not in the traffic lanes possible. Stop there, put my triangles out, and report it like he said, and wait. If it's a dual tire, like a trailer tire, like on ours, then I may stop it first to take a look at what's going on. Other times, it's something I can, like he was saying, where I can limp it to another, to a repair shop and have it dealt with at a shop and not on the side of the road. It's cheaper and safer to do it at a shop. It'll probably take longer, but safer always takes precedence over convenience. Got past the TA truck stop just east of Cheyenne. Brothers coming up here in a bit. This Sam Brothers over here has really nice showers, from what I heard, what I'm actually seeing. No problem. Yeah, I know you said you were showering earlier. And we all know how you women like to take about an hour between showering and doing your hair and whatever else you do. Makeup, whatever else. Must be getting ready to go to work? Or is it a down day for you? Things I like about Dora is she's not a makeup kind of person. I'm not all into that makeup and jewelry crap. It's too much. It's all natural look. I like it especially. The number of trucks in line right here. Of course, means one truck is holding all the other ones up. Way station coming up in a mile. Trucks in front of me, not a damn one of them went in. Don't learn tons of it. Only foundation and mascara. The mascara, that's refresh my memory. That's like an eyeliner of some sort, or something along that line. Something to do with the eyes, I think, if I remember right. Eyelids, or at all. And she put it on, and I remember asking her, what's the story with all this damn makeup all over your face? And I can't handle too much makeup. If it doesn't look natural, it's too much just for me, as far as what I have an interest in. And so I remember asking her, like, why are you wearing that? So I thought you might like it, but I didn't. I said, honestly, I don't really like it either. So I was kind of hoping you wouldn't. But she was just trying to do something dumb to look good for me. And like, you don't need that crap on your face. So you find the way you are. Morning, Jim. Now there are women out there who do where the makeup they do it well, where it doesn't look overdone, whatever. And then there are others that's just, what the heck? Why do you put so much damn that shit all over your face? Can't just be happy with what you already got? But yeah, everybody's a different situation there. I don't want to generalize and say there aren't any women who really need makeup. Yeah, some do look like clowns. It's like, yeah, too many. I remember when I was single, that was some of the things that I would do. I would look for is, I want someone with a natural look. I don't care if you dye your hair, but at least make it look kind of natural. If it's anything remotely screaming for attention, then that tells me you got issues, and I'm not interested in someone who has issues. And same with, I remember like this one girl I went on a date with. She had like too much makeup on, and then she was wearing like blue jeans and whatever, and jeans on a girl's not necessarily a bad thing, but come on, when you're trying to make an impression, and I'm into at least somewhat feminine looking women, and showing up to a date wearing blue jeans is probably not going to impress me too much. To make that one worse, I feel like I was getting interviewed and not on a date, because she was like really direct and always asking, kept asking me questions that didn't want to give any really detail on herself. Didn't feel like it was a friendly conversation. It felt like I was getting interviewed. I was like, what's up with the inquest? That day didn't last long at all. Alright, now the chat's messed up on my side. Hang tight. Could go a long way though. I remember when Dora and I first met, we almost didn't get a second date either. I knew there was something more to there. We met online. I forget what site. I think it was probably Plenty of Fish or something. I want to say it's Plenty of Fish that we met on. And, and I could tell she was like an outdoorsy kind of girl, and one of her profile pics that she had on there was her holding a tarantula. So that kind of impressed me, like this, she's not like a totally like sissy girl, whatever, who's afraid of everything, like everything in the world. And she likes to go out bouldering or hiking, whatever, and that's what I'm into. Yeah, and then we talked on the phone a little bit. Had a good conversation. Yeah, she seemed to have a really great personality, and then I met up with her in person. More of that. Great personality, but mostly with the way she dressed, because she was wearing like a wife beater type tank top, if I remember right, and skirts. I was like, what the hell is this? I don't know about this. Yeah, I do. Well, I mean, that's part of the reason why I think I'm an Aspie. So I tend to not have much of a filter, and I'm different ways too, where it can make me a bit of a polarizing kind of person in one way, and in another, people respect me a lot more because they know that they're not going to get some bullshit from me. They're actually going to get something genuine, and they're going to know what my true colors are. Yeah, I think that was a Volvo there. Speed here. We'll be going, we'll be climbing toward Sherman Summit for long now, and then eventually be heading downhill into Laramie. Personality, I know what she was in, what her interests were, and then when I learned about her situation with her ex and how she's not a spiteful bitch about things, and she actually gives a shit, even though they were, she was done with them, and I knew she was done with them, but that said a lot about her, and very good favor to me. So, wow, this girl has got some really good morals on her that I completely agree with, and I feel like I can more easily trust somebody like her, and not to mention her personality, and we have just enjoyed time together. Always enjoyed her time. Why drama comes back at you. Don't cause drama, you won't get drama back. Be positive. When we split up, we agreed on petition for divorce. Didn't get any lawyers involved. Neither of us tried to screw the other over. We actually gave a shit about each other's better interests and our kids' interests as well. We frustrated the hell out of each other living with each other, but yeah, I can at least appreciate the fact that she was a good woman too. Yeah, and even she and I are still even Facebook friends. I can tell you a lot too, I think, about a person's character is whether there's if you have their, like, if they're someone getting jealous about that and insecure or whatever, and worrying, oh, hey, he might hook back up with her or something. But I see it a different way. I see it, if you can actually be just, it must say something good about you. But I'm an out-of-the-box thinker, and I don't think the same way that the typical person does. Just under 60 miles to go to the fuel stop. We'll be stopping at the Ogallala Travel Center at the 290 mile marker. Max out my tanks there, and should get me almost all the way. I might even be able to get all the way into. No, probably not. Yeah, I don't know. Pretty close. Yeah, I've done 185 miles so far, so we're gonna be about 240. That'll put me right about 1,000 or so miles out. Here more. So that fill up should pretty much get me all the way into, or almost all the way to California, if not all the way into Cali. But I might top off again somewhere along the way. Maybe not get a lot, but get into to refuel again. Now, in Central Cal, if I get down there in that Fresno to Bakersfield neighborhood, that neck of the woods, then I'd get fuel there for not so bad price. It'll be above average, above national average price, but it won't be as bad as the vast majority of California. Exit 345 Warren Road. Almost 60 miles into Wyoming now. There's still a pretty good number of trucks parked in that truck parking area there. I can't even tell if they're even on the open spots. Jim's asking, what factors do I take into account in planning fuel stops? That is a good question. Now, company drivers don't normally have to worry about this. Now, I'm not a company driver, but I'll go and cover the broader scope because most of the people who watch me or company drivers, with mega carriers, we'll just say, they'll actually give you the fuel plan on your messages. It tells you want away. I pay for my own fuel, and really I can take whatever route I want to as well. I don't have to follow any specific route. They do have a couple of stipulations here, but like say they don't want us on I-70 in between Denver and I-15 during the winter months because of the unpredictable weather problems that come up over there. And they also don't want us anywhere on I-90 between Washington, well basically between, we'll just say Idaho. Between Idaho and Montana, we'll say Minnesota. Because we just don't have any freight up there and no trucks up that way, so if you run into a problem, there's nobody around to rescue your load. Now with the fuel, what I usually do, there's some different tactics I use. Usually when I get down to about half a tank of fuel, it's when I start looking to refuel. And I like to pay attention to what the national average price of fuel is because my fuel surcharge that I get paid is based on that. And the fuel surcharge is designed, or what I get compensated for. It's designed so if I buy all of my fuel at the national average price, then I pay $1.55 out of pocket for it. If I get the fuel for less than the national average price, then I'm paying less per gallon out of pocket. And so what I'll usually always try to do is just make sure I only ever stop at places that are selling it for less than the national average. If I can get it at a Pilot Flying J for less than the national average, I'll go ahead and do that. Like my last fill up was at a Pilot affiliate. I think it was $2.25 a gallon, or no, it was I filled up in Forestdale, Missouri, and that was only like $1.99 there. Right now, the national average for diesel is $2.42. So I saved myself a good amount right there by doing that. And the previous purchase was also at a Pilot Flying J. I think it was $2.25 a gallon, and then add in my 15-cent rebate, that's $2.10 a gallon was what I actually paid. So again, I paid more than 30 cents less per gallon than what I had budgeted for. Out here, the Pilot Flying J's are a little more expensive, so I won't. I don't stop there. There are some other places if it's a hole-in-the-wall place, if it's the only one of its kind, I usually will not stop there because I'm more concerned about getting bad fuel, which I have gotten before. I've gotten bad fuel where it made my fuel filters all filthy, and I had check engine light coming on and all that shit, and I even had to get my fuel filters replaced prematurely because of it. It doesn't have to be one of the megas, like Pilot Flying J, ATA, Petro Loves, whatever. But if I'm going to go somewhere other than those, I want it to be somewhere that's reputable. So like Maverick gas stations a lot of times have truck lanes, and they're a reputable company. Now the prices are usually pretty good, and they have they're a chain. They have a lot of stores. Same with now Chevron and Shell are not necessarily they're predominantly passenger vehicle, I'll say, oriented, but there are some Shell and Chevron locations, and even Arco, that do cater to trucks. And since those are bigger name companies that that are more likely to get better, at least good enough quality. California generally is more expensive than the vast majority of the U.S. Starting to get some sunlight out here. Fueling in Illinois on family trips. I'm not there in Illinois enough. I don't remember what their fuel prices are like. I assume they're on the higher side though, based on what you said there. Now something else there with my fuel strategy. I can use my EFS app and then just use the trip planner portion. For the other way, I can use my Pilot Flying J app and use the trip planner on it, or even just look on the map and see what Pilot Flying J's are where, and compare their prices. And whichever one is going to be, whatever I can reach that is the cheapest, somewhere in that ballpark is where I'm going to look to fuel. It doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to stop at Pilot Flying J. I might stop at somewhere else. But if I do stop somewhere else, it'll probably be somewhere in the ballpark of where that Pilot Flying J is, because if the Pilot Flying J is cheaper, it means everything else around it's probably cheaper as well. Jim, anybody else who might be interested, not really sure where I'm at. I'm westbound Interstate 80, in between Cheyenne and Laramie. Working my way almost to the top of Sherman Summit. Not there yet, but I'm getting there. The truck stops in Laramie. Then let's see. Gotten fuel in La Grande, Oregon before, and I think made it all the way into Alaska. Delivered my previous load in, picked up my load in Chesapeake, and it's going all the way across to Sacramento. So we'll just say 2,900, and I might divide that by 6.75. Or actually, divide by 7, even better for budgeting. And that'll tell me how many gallons of fuel I should plan on buying along, and then I'll just try to get as many gallons out of that budget as I can. Getting as many gallons as you can out of your budgeted amount is a better way to run, because that allows you to buy more fuel in cheaper locations that you can use in more expensive areas, and potentially avoid having to buy more expensive fuel in areas where you might otherwise be forcing yourself to have to buy fuel at. Tank left right now. Now, from Forest to Ogallala on my last shift, I maxed out my tanks right at the very beginning of my shift. So, I ran 680, and I've done 206 so far on this shift. So, it's about 890 miles, 880, 890 in actual, about 880 I would say in actual distance. And I can still get over 100, at least 100 gallons, 100 more miles out of what I have, if not more. So yeah, I can get right in the ballpark of 1,000 miles on this tank of fuel. Pretty close to the summit. We started on our way down to down toward Laramie before longer. Helps get lighter and actually see what's going on now. Something you gotta keep in mind when you want to go to sleep. Sometimes it doesn't matter how much sleep you've gotten or not gotten. Certain times of the day your body might naturally want to sleep. And my body, those times where I tend to have the most problems is 4 to 6 a.m. time frame, somewhere in that ballpark. It's already coming up, it's already 5:45 now. And then about so that is something I want to watch for right now is especially at this hour, start watching for signs of fatigue. Like where I catch myself not focusing, and the fatigue symptoms, they vary by person. There's a general group of symptoms that everybody has, but some people will notice certain things first, and other things differently. Or basically, I might experience one or two different kinds of symptoms, and then if you're getting tired, you might notice something different, but not much, not too much off. All right, I'm about to start heading down here. Sherman Pass or Happy Jack Pass. I've heard it called both. Now, for me, my early fatigue symptom is usually where I start having trouble focusing. Where I can be looking right down the road, whatever, and then just start what would I call it? I guess daydreaming or whatever. Or I'll start again. I get my vision will randomly blur and then come back to normal. Something along that line. Now, even in this, I'm in 8th gear right now, even at 3rd stage jig, and I'm still gaining a little bit of speed here. Trooper, yeah, looks like it. Speaking of that with fatigue, yawning is definitely another thing to watch for. You'll have early stage, and then like early stage for me, it might just be that I'll just make little mental lapses, whatever, or my vision blurs, intermittent times. And then when I start getting into more medium, middle stage fatigue, then I'll start yawning more frequently. They say about every, if you have to yawn, to be fatigued, or that you are fatigued. But if you're yawning a lot and feel like you're a little sleepy, it might not necessarily be that you're actually sleepy. It might just be that you're not getting enough oxygen in your body. So you might be in an area or a spot where you got poor air circulation. Well, no, I think normally you want to be around 20% or so oxygen in the atmosphere, but greater than 20% oxygen saturated, you have more of a tendency to get that sleepy feel. Or even just the air inside the cabin here can also affect that. So self-yawning, one of the first steps I'll take is roll down the window to see if maybe I just need some more fresh air and a better air circulation in here. Sometimes that helps. Won't always. Sometimes it will, though. If it's only because of poor air circulation, it will absolutely help. But if the yawning is because you really are tired, then nothing's going to help you. It's just you might as well just plan on getting off the road soon after that. Try to get yourself some rest if you can. Laramie, next 4 exits. Yeah, everyone else really took off, but not like I care. I get all this road to myself. With the exception of an SUV or pickup coming up. One of the two, can't tell. That stage where I've gone beyond tiredness. Yeah, the late stage, yes. As people might call it, the really bad stage is when you're damn near ready to fall asleep and you start hallucinating. And in trucking, they call it seeing the black dog. What happens when you're on the I didn't have this particular situation come up with me, but I do have some more on that too. But okay, I'm gonna talk about seeing the black dog first, and then I'll get to what I did experience myself. Okay, seeing the black dog, basically you're so tired that you want to go to sleep, but your brain knows that you're still moving the vehicle and that you're not supposed to go to sleep. sleep. So sometimes your brain will actually trick you and make it look like something is going across the road, like a black dog or a couple of black dogs, a woman and her daughter, a ghost or whatever. You might experience any of these hallucinations, and it's your brain trying to trick you to try to get you to wake up, so you don't fall asleep behind the wheel. Because your body, your complex mind there, it knows that you're not supposed to do it. So, but the natural thing that people do when they they suddenly see a black dog, or here's another one, a dark colored car going on. By people who have accidents because they fell asleep behind the wheel. I've personally seen that with a guy I stopped to check on in not too far east of Memphis, Tennessee. I was streaming that one, I remember. You guys have been watching me a while, might remember that one. I was several months back. But yeah, that's another one where people hallucinate this thing. They're either cutting them off or crossing the road in front of them, and then their natural instinct is to slam on the brakes, swerve or whatever, and the next thing you know, they have an accident. My case, now there's another thing here with fatigue you gotta watch for. It's called microsleep. And then what happens with microsleep, you actually fall asleep behind the wheel, but you're consciously asleep, but your body might still be following the curves on the road and everything, but you don't even realize it. And that's exactly what happened to me when I was in the Walmart fleet. I had a load going up towards Sacramento. Remember I was on the 210 freeway, because I picked up the load in Colton. I'm pretty sure it was Colton. I think it was going to Sam's Club stores in the Sacramento area. And I was on the section of 210 that was west of the 134 freeway. I remember I was following another truck. I remember there were some curves coming up. But yeah, I remember I was having a hard time staying awake, but there's like not shit for places that is really a good place for a truck to stop over there. Not safe and legal, at least. And so and not to mention, I was on a little bit on more of a tight schedule. So I figured, all right, I'm gonna at least try to get myself to the rest area there, right where the LA and Kern County border is, by Fraser Mountain Park Road on I-5. Yeah, that's right before you start going down the steep part of the Grapevine. Figured I'd try to get there and then do my 30-minute break there, and then run the rest of the way up to Sacramento from there. And started getting this micro sleep though. Now I honestly did not remember a good couple of miles of driving, even though I maneuvered around curves and stuff. I honestly don't remember maneuvering around the curves. And when you have those you don't remember. You seriously don't remember some parts of the road you've been on. That's called microsleep. And I had that happen to me once, that one time, and that scared the shit out of me. I hope to never have that experience again. Looks like the pilot here is 242 a gallon. I'll be 227 with my rebate. It's a little bit below average, but it should be better. 26 miles away. Alright, so anyway, going back to those stories, some of you guys, I don't remember who all was watching at the time, but I was streaming. I was eastbound on I-40 in Tennessee. I had just gone through Memphis not too much longer before that. Or at least I think I was streaming. I don't remember. I know I was on the phone with, I believe, Andy Higgins. And I came across a truck that was laying on its side and had its lights on still. Yeah, I was off the right shoulder. And I could tell from the fact its lights were on that it probably just happened. Now, there weren't any cones or anything else around it, so it didn't look like it had been, anybody knew anything about it. So I called 911 to let them know, hey, there's a truck on its side at such and such mile marker. It was like the 24, 25, 26 mile marker. I think somewhere around that neighborhood. And I stopped and got out and checked. And yeah, sure enough, the driver was still in there. He was already out of the driver's seat, but he was okay. Yeah, and I just basically asked him through the windshield, and hey, you okay? And like, yeah, I'm all right. But you mind if he said he couldn't find his phone. Which, actually, I got more on that, too. There's a JCT in the truck parking area on the eastbound side. What is it? 4222, I think it said. Had a letter behind it, too. Okay, so, anyway, I get up there, and he wants to borrow my phone. Call some Brownsville, Texas area number. And I told him, yeah, I don't mind using my phone, but I'm still on the other line with the dispatcher right now, the 911 dispatcher. But as soon as I'm off the phone, I'll let you use it. Well, meanwhile, there's another guy who showed up right after me, and he ended up letting him borrow his phone instead. And then he made a phone call. A couple of guys who were driving the opposite direction, they watched it happen, and they ended up getting off the freeway and coming back eastbound to check on him. Yeah, so we're all talking. They actually said they saw him go into the, onto the shoulder and then tip over and everything. And I remember the driver of that truck telling me that some some black car or dark green car or whatever it was cut him off. And I'm like, yeah, sure it is. You sure about that? I was like, hey, I'm coming this same direction and I see what kind of traffic. Morning, whatever, 3:30, I don't know. Very common time for fatigue-related accidents. And he says some car that I never saw cut him off. Yet I wasn't that far behind him apparently when this happened. I was trying to remember if this guy even passed me up. And I remember when the cops showed up, I even told them, yeah, there was nobody driving all crazy except for two white cars that I saw seeming to like race each other over by where what's that 265 or well, no 255, what's that highway in that neighborhood, 269. There's another one, like 640 or what is it? Basically, it runs concurrently with I-40 briefly. Well, when I was merging into that section of the concurrency, there were two white cars that both went flying past me right by the end of the merge area. And it seemed like they were racing each other. Those are the only two vehicles I saw driving all like idiots. Everybody else was just driving like normal people. I mean, well, no, not excessively fast, not all stupid. They were just minding their business kind of stuff. So I put two and two together there, like, oh, so this car that cut you off, it was kind of like your version of seeing the black dot, where you think you saw a car cut you off, but there never was a car there. And then, not to mention, I'm like, why the hell would you even swerve for a car that cuts you off anyway? Because if they're going faster than you and they cut across your path, okay, so what? Now, it's a really stupid thing that they do if someone really does do it, but normally you can just keep moseying along like nothing ever happened, or at most just slow down a little bit, and that's it. And then to make sure you don't get hit, or even just if you're paying attention, because if they even start cutting over early, you can tell most of the time when they're cutting over before they even do it. You can always drift and deliberately over to the right side of the lane and back off at the same time, and you'll never get hit. And I've heard of other accidents that truckers been in, like rollovers and stuff, where they say that a car cut them off. Actually, one of our own contractors, Southern Cal, I think that was another case where the driver reported that Pomona, Claremont, somewhere in that ballpark. And I remember their axle ended up basically sitting on top of the K-rail there. Recall that person saying that someone cut them off. I'm like, well, why the hell would you swerve, or even if they hit you, they hit you. I'm not slowing down. I'm not gonna smash my brake pedal. If they're gonna be that stupid, I'll hit my brake pedal, try to avoid getting hit, but I'm not gonna slam down my brake pedal in a panic, over some four-wheeler cutting me off. Like, if you're really that stupid, then go ahead and run into the front of my truck. I guarantee you're not going to win. You got dash cam sitting right here watching and recording the entire thing, and it will pick it up. Get through my fuel stop up here. We're going to be going through the infamous Elk Mountain region. State Route 12, Herrick Lane. Less than 10 miles out from my fuel stop. Alright, looks like this chat just took a dump. I seem to be doing pretty good as far as fatigue is concerned. especially when I'm going to get out of the truck soon and kind of move my legs some and get fuel. Probably help rejuvenate what little I do have wrong, or a little fatigue I might have. Depending on how things are looking, when I get near Rawlins, may even consider going all the way over to Rock Springs and stopping there instead. Whatever the case, I want to stop at a Flying J so I can get get a shower. That way I can have flexibility of parking wherever I want to park at the end of my shift. I want to be able to run more than 625 miles a day, and I think the Flying J in Ogallala, I think would put me just right around 625, if I'm not mistaken. If I get more miles out of it, then let's see, why not? You know what? I don't know. I was debating whether I'd even pass US Express. For one, his speed's not much different than mine. Two, I'm gonna be getting off the road at let's see, about 4 miles from now. Probably should just stay behind him, but we'll see. See if I get far enough, if I get ahead of him enough, since I'm already committed to doing this. There's actually a deceleration lane here so I can get out of the one he's in. you've been driving for JCT a while, or maybe your owner ops or whoever else, not necessarily JCT, but anybody who has to buy their own fuel, we tend to get pretty good at knowing where the typical good price places are. Like this one, a call travel center. There's a chain of them. They're not huge, but they're well known enough that they're in multiple areas. Like they have a call travel centers in California. And all of them tend to have good prices. Yeah. What you guys got going on with your lot here? Wonder if they're getting ready to expand the lot or something. Look like they got some plumbing going on over here, going in over here, so I'm thinking they're starting to put some maybe four-wheeler fuel there or something. I'm used to having to go into dirt for this place, but yeah, this is a new one. Tell me you're leaving and not going to the fuel island. I think you are leaving because it doesn't look like you're trying to set yourself up for that fuel lane over there. And a little bit less than half a tank on DEF also. It can also go for DEF, but I don't think they sell DEF here. I can always get DEF when I refuel my reefer unit next time. Damn it. There you go. the satellite pump wasn't working. I was wondering why I was taking so long to pump at first. It felt like the satellite pump was working, but then it only it stopped at like 78 gallons. And I was expecting to get well over 100. And yeah, not to mention I could look down in the tank and see that it's not anywhere near full. And yeah, I even tried recycling the satellite lever. Still didn't want to work. So I just hung it up, and then it looked like the hose on the main side might have been long enough to where I could go across my catwalk and dispense fuel from it to the passenger side tank. Yeah, thankfully it was just long enough where I could fill up my passenger side tank from the driver's side dispenser. So I ended up getting 140 gallons worth of fuel there. Trip from here to Rawlins. And if I'm feeling pretty good, because it's about 170 or so from here to Rock Springs. Rock Springs would take me about more than 2.5 hours to get there. Sign says 184, so maybe a little more than that. Either way, yeah, it'd be a little bit closer to 3 hours. So if I get to Rawlins and I feel like I'm doing fine and can make it to Rock Springs, I'm going to go ahead and keep running to Rock Springs. Otherwise, I'll see what for Rawlins from here. Yeah, I've done 245. I'd really like to do 350 plus before I stop. So degree weather right now. straight while I put some music on. trucks covered, 68 pedals, 70 cruise. Don't mind Flo writing about too much of his music because my video is blocked. Tuned in. I'm in getting into the Elk Mountain region of Wyoming, in between Laramie and Rawlins. I'm closer to Laramie though. If you look on a map, you'll actually see a town called Elk Mountain. I'm not there yet. I'm in between Laramie and Elk Mountain, basically. I'm in the town of Elk Mountain, but Elk Mountain itself is what I'm going through right now. Today I picked up, I ended my day in Beckley, West Virginia. Then the next shift I ran from Beckley to Forest Hill, Missouri. And then the last shift I ran from Forest Hill, Missouri to Ogallala, Nebraska. And today I'll be running from Ogallala to at least to the Tooele, Utah area. Probably somewhere west of Tooele, of that exit though. Probably cannot, I probably won't be able to make it to Wendover, but I'll stop somewhere in between the Tooele exit and Wendover. Myself plenty of good miles so I can possibly get to Sacramento on the next shift. I originally had to be able to run about 640-mile shifts to have a chance at slowing down in front of Swift Mill. There's a big moose right there. Did you guys see that? That's a big ass moose. I didn't realize they even had moose over here. Well, I guess they do. Yeah, I've heard of moose being in Colorado. So it made sense, you just don't normally see them. Someone want to get now what part of the video am I on right now? About what hour and minute point of the video are we at? So Someone want to put that in the chat? Because every time I fix Streamlabs, the chat issue, it resets it back to 0, so I can't see what you guys probably see as far as how far into the video the stream I am. It was $6.40 per shift when I was in Beckley, I believe. But yeah, when I ran 600 and what was it? Good say it was over 600. It was like I know I ran 680 the last shift. So I made a difference. It got me down to 1250. Yeah, I ran 670. Yeah, actual miles. Yeah, what's up?
What's that wreck about? Is there a backup over here or something?
I didn't see a wreck, but I did see a moose over here about 5 miles back.
Have fun today, man. It's beautiful.
Alright, so it's 1,920 miles out when I was in Forestdale. And that would have required an average of 640 mile shifts to get to Sacramento with only 3 shifts. Which means if anything comes up, like any delays or any issues, I still have a good chance of covering that distance in the minimum shifts. Play this song a few times.
to feel that pussy too. You wanna play with pussy all the time. To hide that kind of pussy is a crime. You say your pussy's clever and so slick, but I think that your pussy's kinda sick. I wanna see your pussy, show it to me. Let me see your pussy, show it to me. Show me your pussy, show it to me. I wanna bet your pussy, show it to me. I wanna bet your pussy ain't as pretty as mine. I don't hide my pussy like you do all the time. My pussy's just the sweetest thing that you've ever seen. Compared to mine, your pussy's really ugly and mean. I bring my pussy everywhere I go. To watch my little pussy is a show. You say your pussy's clever and so slick, but I think that your pussy's really thick. I wanna see your pussy, show it to me. Let me see your pussy, show it to me. Show me your pussy, show it to me. I wanna bet your pussy, show it to me. She turns into a tiger when she's ready to eat. My pussy's always hungry for a big chunk of meat. So lay your little pussy right next to mine. You can bring her over around dinner time. My pussy is the hits, clever and so slick, but I think that your pussy's mighty thick. Yeah. I wanna see your pussy, show it to me. Let me see your pussy, show it to me. Show me your pussy, show it to me. I wanna bet your pussy, show it to me. I wanna see your pussy, show it to me. Let me see your pussy, show it to me. Show me your pussy, show it to me. I wanna bet your pussy, show it to me.
Morning, RG. RG, you missed it. I saw a moose about, how many miles ago? About 20 miles ago.
I wanna go for a ride. no appetite. Short stack, black or white. Long as you do what you like. Body out of sight, body out of sight. She does a two-step and a tongue drop. She does a cat step and the butt style. She does it like clothes, she love getting by. She likes to play games, she feel punk rock. She likes samba and the mambo. She likes to break dance and calypso. Get a little crazy, get a little stupid, get a little crazy, crazy.
Western Wyoming for a mine company. I think I might remember you saying something about that delivery before. Stopping in Rawlins for a hell of it. To go to Rawlins. Selfie with it. Well, probably could have. Because it didn't have a calf with it. And most of the time that I did spend in Alaska, I saw it move several times in Alaska, but it was usually always cows with their calves. I saw one male. He was trying to go across the road. He was waiting. I think he was smart enough to wait for traffic, though. It seemed to. 15 miles or so out from the Flying J. I can see the refinery up here, up in Sinclair, right in front of me. I can't remember what exit the Flying J is off of. 213, 209, something like that. I don't know. That's the 209's the Flying J. Okay. That's 16 miles from here. Now I'll be stopping under the Flying J because I want to get a shower while I'm stopped. Travel Plaza. That's that company I was talking about. I know it's Stinkies, but it's Stinker. They even have a skunk as their mascot, whatever. Sinclair, next two exits. Plaza. 12 miles. In Georgia? No way. See, it isn't so. I thought it was really dry there. What do you got, like 90, 95% humidity there? 10 miles. Me of when I was in basic training in San Antonio. Was there from May, late May to early July. And it's kind of a similar situation. We'd have about 90 or so degree weather, but really high humidity, and we'd always have like black flag conditions, as we call it, where it's too hot to do anything. Even when we marched, they had us marching at ease instead of like we would normally march. Now it's only because of the weather. On the south side of the freeway, and Yesco gets all the billboards on the north. Seems to be what I'm seeing here. Oh, this one. Oh, this is actually Lamar here on the north side, right here too. Well, last string of billboards that passed was all Yesco on the north and Lamar on the south. Truck stops in the Tooele area of Utah represent right around the midpoint between where I started and Sacramento. And so the truck stops here will be the minimum where I want to get to, but I'll probably try to get further than that. Shift left on my final shift if I can do it. Especially since the last 120 or so miles of that is in California. over there on the other side of the fuel island. I will probably park over here. Probably do one of my famous U-turn setups over here. I think, yeah, if I remember, there's plenty of room. That is Project 7, set free. Alright, I'm going to do a U-turn setup here. It's all in the middle. Okay, how about I go? I might as well come over closer to this drive down guy, since my trailer's already going that way anyway. Oh, I see the line. Forgot that these spots are really super wide. Okay. Alright, so I'm stopping here for my 30. I'm going to probably catch a great little nap and then take a shower and be back on the road. I'll be back online and probably within the next couple of hours. It might have looked like a kind of a show-off kind of backing, but honestly, ask anybody who I trained. And I usually always showed people that backing. A lot of them love doing that U-turn style backing. It is freaking easy. Aside from a straight back setup, U-turn backings are probably the easiest kind you can do. Just nobody knows how to do them. It's weird. Yeah, usually you only ever see day cabbers and yard jockeys do it. Now, once in a blue moon, I'll see another sleeper cab driver do it, but it's rare. Yeah, and I love doing them. They're super easy to do. So, all right. So, good example. All right, there's room for another truck here to the left, to the right of me. When I get the end of my hood about at the opposite end of the vacant spot that's next to me, then I start a U-turn and just turn my tractor and basically in a hard left turn until I'm facing the exact opposite direction that I came from. And then once I do that, I go straight. I move the truck going straight ahead until my trailer's at a point where I can actually see the entire front end of this guy over here. Just enough to see the front end of him. And then once I see the front end of him, the entire front of his truck, I stop, and then start backing up, usually in a hard left turn. Not always, it just depends on how it ends up, because it was a little bit of sometimes the tandems are not lined right up with my truck. And so like this time, I think it might have been this way a little bit more, or no, I think I just lined them up, but yeah, I didn't. It seemed like it was a little bit wider, but yeah, they're real super easy to set up. Once you do that, and it's just a matter, these basic setup, it's just a matter of following the trailer into the spot. And if you mistime it or something, so what? You just a little bit of a small pull forward, and that's all it takes to fix it half the time. All right, so That's all. I said I'll be back online within the next couple of hours. It is 7:55 local. So about, I don't know, about 9. Yeah, I got 6:02 left on my 11. 8:19 left on my 14. So I have, over 2 hours of slack to work with there. I got time I got to burn anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And I don't have enough. There's not enough time when I do get there to do a 34-hour reset. So I'm not worried about trying to knock out a 34. But anyway, yeah, I'll be back online within the next couple hours. We'll see you guys